Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak in English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. no condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
In today's world, everyone has a platform, but few have a voice that truly resonates. Standing out isn't just optional, it's imperative for survival. Through years of guiding industry leaders, I've discovered what truly sets exceptional professionals apart. Today, I'm sharing a framework that's transforming careers and opening doors to unprecedented opportunities. Your digital footprint is more than just a resume. It's your stage for thought leadership. Think of your online presence as a beacon of expertise. Every post, every comment, every share should demonstrate not just what you know, but how you think. Engage with content, speak at conferences, and let your digital authority shine. Forget collecting connections. Focus on cultivating relationships that matter. It's not about how many people you know. It's about the depth and quality of those connections. Engage in meaningful professional interactions, participate in collaborative meetings, and form strategic partnerships that can propel your career forward. Your journey is unique, and your story should be too. Share not just your successes, but your insights. Your audience craves authenticity, not perfection. Create engaging content, watch your engagement metrics rise, and see how your audience reacts to your genuine storytelling. In an era of uncertainty, trust is your greatest currency. Build it through consistency, maintain it through transparency, and grow it through results. Engage in professional interactions, hold client meetings, and celebrate successes to reinforce trust with your audience. The only constant is change. Make it your competitive advantage. Stay ahead by staying curious. Your greatest asset is your ability to adapt and grow. Embrace learning moments, develop new skills, and celebrate achievements as you evolve. These aren't just strategies, they're the building blocks of a legacy that will open doors and shape industries. In 2025's hyper-connected world, your personal brand isn't just what you project. It's the bridge between your potential and your impact. Ready to transform your professional narrative? Visit 5starbdm.com and schedule your strategy session today.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black-founded, minority-funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you, the marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has a power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, thought leaders, entrepreneurs, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Darius A. Stanton, and I am your business moderator for this afternoon's Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the world. The Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our next feature film presentation is a movie called Human Landscape. Eric Kelly III is a visionary actor, storyteller, and artist whose rare gift of synesthesia allows him to experience the world in vivid, emotional color. Known for his magnetic presence and soulful performances, Eric brings a unique style to the screen, blending depth, authenticity, and a vibrant visual imagination. His work captures the unseen beauty of life, inviting audiences to feel not just the story, but the emotions beneath it. In Human Landscapes, Eric's perception transforms the ordinary into the extraordinary, painting every scene with the colors of human connection. Eric Kelly III leads Human Landscapes, a breathtaking exploration of the world we shape and the world that shapes us. Gifted with synesthesia, a rare ability to see colors connected to emotions, sounds, and memories, Eric reveals hidden layers of beauty woven into every scene. As he moves through landscapes rich with history and heart, the colors of his perception light the screen, painting the invisible connections that bind humanity to Earth. Ladies and gentlemen, you now are pleasured by the incomparable Dr. Eric Kelly III, Human Landscapes.
Hi, I'm Eric Kelly III, and today I'd like to introduce you to my art. Welcome to the Eric Kelly III Museum, located in Durham, North Carolina. Today we're going to be discussing my art, my journey, and where I'm going next. You know, the past, the today, and the future. When I think about the beginning of my work, I have to go all the way back to when I was about 4 years old. And my grandmother gave me a pen, and I was in church. And I took that pen and I began to draw. And as I was drawing, later on, my grandmother said that the picture that I drew then looked like the choir that was in the church. And so my affinity for utilizing the ink pen to do work still happens today. Now, many times when we begin to talk about art, the question always is, what is the intent? Why do you do art? What makes you an artist? And so, as we look at my early years, I was not thinking about what I was drawing. I was just in love with drawing. I remember in the 5th grade when a young man, one of my friends, came to my desk and saw me drawing, and he said he'd like to draw. And so I said to him, anyone can draw. Because in my mind as a young kid, my art was just a way of, I would say, expressing how I felt. And so each day I would give him triangles and squares and show him how to draw. And so in my mind, I wanted to be an art teacher. And being an art teacher, I thought I could give back to other young people, other folk, how I felt about art. And so as we moved through my timeline and moved past the 5th grade, I began to draw, I would say, comic book figures, you know, a lot of figures, a lot of pictures of what I saw in comic books. And one of the things that I noticed about me at an early age, maybe it was because my grandmother was a civil rights leader, maybe it was because my great-grandfather wanted me to be a lawyer, and he took me each day from Scarborough Nursery School down to the courthouse to watch what was going on at the courthouse. And maybe it was me watching television and seeing the civil rights movement happening and seeing things that was going on. But I remember when I was about 12 that there was this thing called identity. You know, say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. And the music that I was hearing was just so different until I began to change the white images that I looked at to black images. I can remember the Incredible Hulk that I changed into the Incredible Bullock. You gotta understand, I was a kid, you know. Tarzan. I did Tarzan wrestling with an alligator in the jungle with an afro. And so this whole thing of black identity was prevalent on my mind as a young artist. Many times people say artwork is political. And I continue to say that not only artwork is political, art is what is your identity, but more importantly, what is your intention. And so as I moved through those years, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th grade, I began to look at the difference between how I felt and how I saw things. And one of the things that I noticed early on is that I could actually hear tones and hear music and I would see colors in terms of what I was drawing. Many times I found myself talking to people and I would say, I can draw you if I think about you. And that was one of the games I used to play when I was a young kid. I would talk to somebody, I would listen to them, and then I would go home and I'd get my sketch pad and I would actually draw them. Many times when I was coming up, I used to tell people that if you talk about what you want, I could draw some lines, and then I can go and create that particular object. Intention, identity, and color was very prevalent in my work at an early age. I remember my first paper mache dog that I did. It was white, and my teacher kept the paper mache dog. And my great-grandfather used to say to me that don't give my artwork away. And so he said, only sell to collectors. And so at 7 years old, he started a museum for me called the Eric Kelly III Museum that would house my artwork in his house, along his halls, and house my writings. I'm also a poet. I do poetry, 3 portrait CDs that I've done in the past, along with some more interesting writing. My work, again, as I said before, is about identity and intention. When you think about colors, and we will see some of those pieces later on, but the colors and portraiture that I've moved into, very, very important. Initially, I was doing a lot of figuration, and that figuration was a lot of history pieces. Now, fortunate for many artists, they have what I would say, some guidance, some leadership. When I was growing up, once I got to the 12th grade, 3 of my teachers, Sandra Dowd, Miss Corbett, and Miss Cousins, pulled me into the teacher's lounge. And my art teacher, Sandra Dowd, said to me that I was cheating the world because I was not doing enough art. And she said each day that she give out a project, that I would come in the day of the project and do the best piece in the school. And I used to think about that because I wasn't really aware in terms of my art. I just was doing art. And so my English teacher said that, well, this year you're not going to graduate. And my history teacher says, that is correct, you're not going to graduate. And so you got to understand, back in those days, graduation, senior year was very important. And so what I did was I said to them, y'all can't do that. And they said, yes, we can, because we control your grades. And so I sat there and I listened to them as they began to tell me what they wanted me to do my senior year so that I could do more art. And many times when you have people that come into your life and say they want you to do something and you have your own mission and ideas of what you want to do, sometimes you just, don't do it. But in those days, I was the guy who was very popular in high school. So I thought to myself, this is only a challenge. And so each morning, I would draw for my English class, the Macbeth, the Odyssey. For my history class, which was a Black history class, I would draw about the transatlantic slave trade, great African Americans who went on before, like Crispus Attucks, Martin Luther King, Marcus Mosiah Garvey, Malcolm X. And these are the kind of pictures that I was drawing. They were historical figures. And I found myself doing the work late at night and bringing those pieces to high school and give them to the teachers the day of. And I think those teachers thought that by me doing the work that I was doing, that I was giving the work to them. But as I said before, my great-grandfather said, don't give your work away. Always sell your work for what it's worth. And more importantly, sell to collectors. And so the Eric Kelly Museum has been a private museum only selling to collectors. And so when the end of the year came, I had drawn enough work to fill a whole hallway in the high school. And as I said before, I started out doing figuration and doing historical pieces. And I hadn't yet started thinking about what my intent was going to be. Why was I doing the work? I was doing the work because I was asked, not because there was this urge deep down inside saying, I'm going to draw all of this work. And so at the end of the year, I received the Links Best Artist in the State. And this is what has propelled me to become the artist I am today. I looked at the art award that I received, and I thought about where did I want to go to college. And so I had letters coming to me. I was in the news, I was on television and all these great things. I had these things to happen. And so I had letters coming to my house to go to different schools. And my great-grandfather used to say there are 5 things that you need to think about as you live. He said, number 1 is to think. Number 2 is to sell something. Number 3 is to do research. Number 4 is to be relentless. Number 5 is to have energy in everything that you do. And so I started on my quest for understanding that art was going to be what I wanted to do. And so I did research on the schools in Durham, North Carolina. And for those who don't know about Durham, North Carolina is a space where black people, 49% black people, were engaging in economics everywhere. You know, Durham was the tobacco capital of North Carolina at one time. And so when I was a young man and I lived in Fairview Street Projects, I could walk down to Pettigrew Street, not to Parish Street, because Parish Street is considered Black Wall Street now, but before Parish Street, there was Pettigrew Street. And on Pettigrew Street was Service Printing, black men owned it, the Regal Theater, black men owned it, the barber shop, WAFR, and the taxi cabs. And I could see black people doing great things right there on Pettigrew Street. And Pettigrew Street was probably about 4 or 5 blocks from where I stayed. I remember going to the Regal Theater, seeing Hercules and all these movies as a young man. But the thing that really impressed me about Pettigrew Street was I saw black people doing black things. And so as I did my research to see where I was going to go to school, I discovered that North Carolina Central University was one of the top schools with black professors. And one of the things that I wanted to do, you know, as a young person is I wanted to go to a school where I could study in the class, and then I also could go to the library and pick their books up and read more about what they were talking about, so I would be immersed into the art. And so at that time, North Carolina Central University did not have an art scholarship program. And so remember what I said earlier about my great-grandfather. He said, think, and then say, and do research. And so in doing my research and thinking, I said to myself, I want to take my portfolio down and ask them to come to that school for art. Now, many people don't know, and I didn't know at the time, that Ernie Barnes, who is one of the greatest artists who've ever come out of Durham, North Carolina, didn't know that Ernie Barnes had gone to North Carolina Central University. That was not, in my mind, something that I knew. I was an artist who was influenced by the people that I knew, not the books that I read, but the people that I actually knew. And so I took my portfolio down to Atlanta Henderson at North Carolina Central University. My portfolio was full of historical art, as I said before, because that's all I was doing. Many times you hear the idea that all art is political art. While I wasn't thinking my art was political, my art was always about identity as a black man, as a black person, as a black entity on the planet. And so I left my portfolio with Dr. Henderson, and a week passed, and they sent me a letter offering me an art scholarship at North Carolina Central University. This was probably one of the greatest days of my life. As my grandmother at the time said to me, she said, well, since you're going to school for free, I'm going to give you the family car. And you know, when you're thinking about your life and how things transpire to get you where you're going, these are the kinds of things that move you to believe in yourself. My grandmother used to say, you can do anything that you want to do. Just stand up for yourself and do it. And so with that being said, my grandmother gave me the family car, and off to North Carolina Central University I was. And, you know, one of the first heartaches that I would say that I had at North Carolina Central University was the whole I'm on art scholarship. And why I say it was a heartache is because the other students that was in school in those days, they knew I was on art scholarship. I didn't know they knew I was on art scholarship. So when classes began and I was asking the other students about painting, because in high school I had done 3 paintings, hadn't done a lot of painting. As a matter of fact, I was self-taught for my painting. My art teacher, Sandra Dowd, said to me, and I'll never forget it, she said, "You an artist. I don't have to tell you what to do. Just take the paint and put it on the canvas and you will figure it out." And that was my first foray into painting. And I did pretty good. I created an abstract, I created a couple other paintings, and I was doing pastels at the time. And pastels was my first love after pencil and ink pen. And so what I did was I utilized my pastel skills as a way of painting. So when you actually see some of my painting, it looks like pastels, because that's how I mix, that's how I match my colors, that's how I draw, that's how I utilize my line work on my paintings, just like pastels. And we'll get an opportunity to see some of those things as we move forward. And so as I got to college, I won't ever forget, I was asking a young lady how to paint. And she said, "You got an art scholarship, you ought to know how to paint." And this was a heartbreaker for me, because I came from a background of people helping people to get to where they go. And so with that in mind, in terms of how I was raised, I was never raised to say to people, "I can't help you, I'm not going to help you, you got something, so go do what you do." And so this was a daunting task for me, because I was looking at seniors doing artwork, and I was expected at that moment to be able to do work just as well as the seniors were able to do the work, because in their minds, I had an art scholarship, and that art scholarship meant that I had some magical powers, some great art in me that they didn't have. And so I was very, very depressed on that day. I remember it like it was yesterday, because what I did was, as they laughed at me, as they looked at me with those eyes of, I don't know why you got an art scholarship if you can't paint kind of feeling, I just walked out of the classroom, got into my car, and I drove home. And I sat in my house, in my grandmother's house. I sat there and I just thought, why am I going to college? Do I want to go back to college? Do I want to continue this thing called art? I wasn't sure. I just sat there and sat there and sat there. And then in the back of my mind, I could hear Sandra Dowd saying, you're an artist. All you got to do is put the paint on the board and work it out. I could hear Miss Corbett saying, when I brought her the pieces of artwork, oh, this is great. I'm going to be able to talk about Macbeth today, and we're going to utilize these pieces. I could hear in the back of my mind Miss Cousins saying, when you look at Eric Kelly, he looks dumb. But when he opens his mouth, he is brilliant. He holds class from one side of the classroom while we are doing class, and he can answer all the questions about history. And I could hear these things in my mind while I was sitting there thinking, do I even want to go back? I tell people all the time that peer pressure is a major pressure on many people if they can't handle it. Fortunately for me, my great-grandfather, my grandmother, and my mom's always said to me, you can do whatever you want to do. Listen to what you want to do first and follow your dream. And so my art class was on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And my class that I went to was on a Monday. On Tuesday, I didn't go to art class. Wednesday, I didn't go to art class. So on Thursday, I decided that I'm going to go over there to North Carolina Central, and I was going to paint. Now, you got to understand, as a young kid, a young black man, when you're thinking about your identity, you're thinking about what you want to do, and people are pressing against you and doubting who you are and really identifying and seeing who you are. You gotta understand, you're not the guy that I am today. You are a young man who has fear, a young man who's uncertain, a young man who is asking the question, why am I here? And so on that Thursday, I went to the art department at 4:00 when I knew most of the students were not there. And I went to my board and I pulled out my paints and I started painting. And I just kept painting. And I just kept painting. And I continued to paint. I was working it out, trying to figure out what in the world was I doing. And I remember when I got to the art department and I thought about what I wanted to paint. And I painted a piece that if people saw it today, they probably would say that it's racist. If people saw it today, they would probably say, what was he thinking? What was his intent? But I had done a piece in history, in Black history class, of a slave being hung. And it showed a plantation owner grabbing slave in his hair, getting ready to put the slave into a rope. The name of the picture was I Didn't Do It. And the picture was about a slave who witnessed something that happened and told other people on the plantation, and then the master decided to hang him for talking about it. And in this piece also has the Ku Klux Klan in the back, the fiery cross in the back, and all of that crazy stuff I was doing back in that day. And I began to paint that picture. And as I was painting that picture, I could see exactly how to paint. I don't know why or what, but I could actually see how to paint. And so I was there from 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and I looked up, it was 4 o'clock in the morning. I took my sheet that we had in art class and I laid it over the piece, and I jumped in my car and I went home. And so my class was Friday morning at 11:35. And so I got to class late that day, and somebody had pulled my sheet off of my painting, and the whole entire class was standing around my piece. You know, when you are uncertain about who you are and what you're doing sometimes, and you're looking for validation, it kind of gets in the way of how you make art. And what I mean by that is, I was not looking for validation. I was looking for how to paint. And by looking for how to paint, I created something that nobody expected to come from me, because just 2 days prior, I was asking people in class how to paint. And so this has been a part of who I've always been, is the kind of person who looks at something from a perspective, and instead of asking a question, I delve into it and make a change and make a difference. And so as the kids were standing around my piece, I walked into class, and true to form, I am never been a person who is always trying to talk about what I do. As my great grandfather used to say, great people are not people who are walking around talking about being great. They're doing great things. And so I walked in and I walked past the students, and I started to pull out my paints in my box. And one of the students said to me, and this was a moment in my life when I really realized that I didn't need validation from people in me making my art. I just needed to continue making art. One person said, "That's not yours. What are you doing?" And I turned and I looked at the student, most of us seniors, and I said, "It is mine." I said to them, I worked on it from 4 o'clock until 4 o'clock yesterday morning. And then one of the students just said, "I just can't believe it." And I just turned and began to work on my work. This has been what's happened to me in art all my life. It's never been about me looking to be a great artist. It's always been about, what is the identity? What is the intent? Why do I draw? What about this practice that I have? What about this museum that I have that makes me continue to draw and paint? And so in college, it was very, very interesting after that time as I created my first piece. And then all of a sudden, the other students start asking me questions about how I did it. And that was more important to me than anything else. Not that I did it, but being asked how. And as I said before, I utilize my artwork or utilize my painting as I was doing pastels. Pastels was my first love. And once I got to college, I had to begin to think about what my identity, what I was going to do in art. Was I going to be doing figuration? Was I going to be doing scenes? What was I really going to do? And I remember Carlisle, who was one of my teachers. And Mr. Carlisle, I remember Mr. Carlisle. And Mr. Carlisle was a teacher, an art teacher, who said to me, he liked the way I was doing large pieces, and that large pieces was something different from what the other students were doing. And so what I decided to do was to try to figure out what kind of artist I wanted to be. You know, I opened up talking about identity and intention. And I'm going to talk about power and color and emotions later. But what kind of artist was I going to be? And so Mr. Carlisle and Kennedy and some of the other teachers decided that they were going to take us art students to Washington, D.C. And taking us to Washington, D.C. to a art show by an art show curated called 200 Years of African American Art. And you have to understand that in those days, the information that we got was just so powerful. It was not information that we didn't look at the information, but we looked at the information and worked on analyzing why it existed. And so had an opportunity to go to Washington, D.C. There was over 85 pieces of artwork by different artists from all over the world. And that's when I first saw Aaron Douglas. I had known about Romeo Bearden. I had known about Ernie Barnes because Ernie Barnes came from Durham, North Carolina. And I knew about Ernie Barnes because of Good Times. And I knew about Ernie Barnes because he went to Hillside, that same high school that I went to. And many times when we were drawing as young kids, we would always get, you trying to draw like Ernie Barnes. That's Ernie Barnes. That kind of like Ernie Barnes. And so my mind was like, I didn't want to be a copy or a duplicate of any other artist, but I wanted to know what these other artists were doing and who they were. And then I ran across a man by the name of Charles White. And this is where my entire existence was shook. Because I believe that art is the expression of how one feels. And we walked into this big room, and on this room was a mural. And this mural looked like I drew it. It looked like my work. Mr. Carlisle said it, Mr. Kennedy said it, and I was looking at it and I was like, how can this be? How can this man's work be like my work? And who in the world is Charles White? And so this was a journey to kind of discover who he was, why he drew the way that he drew, what was the political part of the kind of art that he was doing. And more importantly, in those days, some artists was doing something that they call today super realism. And that's what Charles was doing. Charles was drawing these pieces with asymmetrical lines, and the line work was just so awesome. And so after discovering Charles White, I began to study Charles White. And of course, I was always studying Ernie Barnes. And so I had to figure out what I was going to put in the art canon. Was I going to continue to draw these kinds of pieces like the Charles Whites? Was I going to continue to draw the pieces like Ernie Barnes? And so I talk about intention and identity and what my work really represents. And what I say to many people, that my work represents world peace. That's what my work represents. the colors that I use, the line work that I use. I'll share with you a little bit later some of the pieces and some of the line work that I do. But my work is about bringing people together, having them to see each other without seeing black or seeing white, without seeing color. I decided that I would do portraits, instead of doing themed pictures. Now, I still do theme and scene work also, but I decided that I would do portraiture, that I would do portraits, and that I would take colors and use them as emotional tones. Many times I sit down and then I hear music and I see colors. I hear people having conversations, I see colors. And so I decided that doing portraits of people and how they feel and how they look would be an impact on how people feel. And so I can remember going to New York City during the summers and just sitting on the stoop in Harlem and just watch people go by and just try to see what they were thinking. You know, and they was arguing, how the intensity of that argument was, and the facial expressions. And I was always amazed by how people reacted. And each time that I would see people responding or moving, I would always see a different color that I could see in my paintings. And so I started drawing pieces in colors. And so my work has morphed from just doing the figuration into just doing portraiture, even though my next series of paintings are going to be dedicated to black women. That's going to be an awesome set of work that I'm going to work on. I can't wait. And so when you look at my work and you look at my portraits, you'll notice that I'm working to capture an emotion. When I do a piece in green and white, I'm looking at capturing an emotion. When I do a piece in a red, white, and blue, or as the Nipsey Hussle piece that I did, or as I would say, the rap piece that I did, which is a piece that shows the California colors, the American colors, and the African colors. And so I'm utilizing all these colors to make you, the viewer, see an emotion and get a feeling from that particular piece. My intent is to push you away from looking at a scene, but looking at how somebody is being seen. And that's what my portraiture work is all about. For the last 20 years, I've worked on work that transcends time. Pieces on my grandmother, my mother, in what I call lines, colors, and emotions. And when you sit back and you think about that first day in college when I didn't know how to paint, and you think about now where I'm painting every day, you can understand what identity for me has always been about. We hear about black female artists. We hear about white women artists. We hear about white men artists, the Michelangelos, the Monets, and all of these guys, the Picassos. But what we don't hear is about many black men artists and what is their intent and identity in the black art canon. I don't want to be revered as a black artist. And one of the reasons that I've moved into doing the kind of work that I'm doing is because I want to be revered as an American artist. I don't want to be revered as a black man artist, even though I'm a black man. I want to be revered as an artist that painted people portraits in different colors to get emotions from the viewer. I want my pieces to be large enough that it impacts you as you're looking at it, as opposed to you're just looking at a piece. You know, the colors are symbols and emotions that I get when I'm listening to music, when I'm painting. And so I want my audience to begin to look at my pieces as if it's an emotion, not just a painting, an emotion. And when you talk about all art being political, my work is about, again, how do we develop world peace through art? And I believe the way that we get to world peace through art is by stop looking at art as being black or being white and looking at art as an entity of making, or as some people say, as creating a piece where you get emotions, where you get feelings, where you get an idea of what my intent is when I was actually creating or making the art. That is kind of where I am today in terms of my work. When you think about my great-grandfather, so many years ago when I was 7 years old, walking into my bedroom saying that he wanted me to be a lawyer, and he asked me what did I want to be, and I said I wanted to be an artist. And at that moment, he made a decision to create for me the Eric Kelly III Museum. After we went to look at museums to see what they were about, you have to understand that the future of what I would like to see happen is museums for artists who have been marginalized, for people who we don't talk about. Why is there not an Ernie Barnes Museum in Durham, North Carolina? Why is there not a Romer Bearden Museum in his hometown? Why is there not a museum for black artists so that our young people can see how they went through the process of how they do work? And so with my museum, it's been kind of a blueprint for these kinds of things. The Eric Kelly Museum houses the collective writings, the collective works of my work for over 65 years. And one of the things that I would like to see happen is many, many more museums for great artists. When you sit back and you talk about Basquiat, for example, great artist, a New York artist, where's his museum? Where's a place or a space for us to go and see his work? I talked about Ernie Barnes, or Charles White, for instance. Where can we go and learn about Charles White? Another gentleman, and I could go on and talk about the Kennedy Wiley, who's doing awesome work, Lisa Butler, who's doing awesome work, Mark Bradford, who's doing awesome work. We can go around the country and around the world and see the Van Gogh Museum. We can see the Richard Steele's work, Clifford Steele's, work. We can see all of these white artists around the world. Museums. Where are the black museums for our young people to see the greatness of these artists who have gone on before us? You know, I also do photography work, and Gordon Parks was a great photographer. But think about it for a moment. Other than seeing the exhibit of Golden Park's photography, where can you go and study him, the man? One of the reasons that I'm doing this video is because when you look at or talk about artists, many times we have people to narrate what was that artist thinking about, okay? And what was he feeling about what he was doing? And you don't get the conversation from the artist. The artists don't talk about the line work. The artists don't talk about the color. The artists don't talk about how he got to where he is. There's always somebody else talking about how he got there. Van Gogh, for instance, they talk about him cutting off his ear and sending it to somebody. They talk about the Starry Night piece. From their perspective, they don't talk about, or we don't hear Van Gogh say, well, the reason I did Starry Night because I was depressed and I just thought tonight this was a piece. I was studying to do these kinds of things, and this is how the Starry Night happened. We don't get that story. So you really don't know the intent. And so I want to do a conversation about the intent of my work. My portraits, my lines and my colors are put together in a way to pull from you an emotion of how you feel about people on the planet. My pieces are human landscapes. I want you to look at my work and see the lines as the age of the people who I'm painting. When I talk about sitting in North Carolina on my stoop, or sitting in New York City, or going to Chicago, going to New Orleans, going to California, and going to all these different places and watching people, I want you to understand that I'm watching people to see how they move, how they react, how they respond, what makes them them. And so when you see my work, you may see a piece and say, that looks like this person, or that looks like that person, or that looks like this woman or this man. Well, what I do is I watch people and then I create the feeling that I got from those people. So while my pieces may look like certain folk, in my mind, they are sending out a message of emotion, feelings, and ideas and presence. And that's my intent. My intent is not to just paint pictures and you like them. My intent is to pull something from you deep down. My pieces are spiritual. The lines sometimes remind you of African mask. The lines remind you of lights and darks. The lines remind you of energy, of hope and presence. That's why I do the work that I do. Now, I could easily do figurative work. I could easily do scenes. But I had to ask myself one question. How do I do something that's going to be different, that's going to stand the test of time and say Eric Kelly III was here? And this was his work. This was his style. This is what he was thinking as he did artwork. And so as you look at my work, my earlier pieces, as I said before, were historical pieces, historical places in time. And then you look at my work now, you'll notice that I've morphed into doing work that brings about that whole emotional feeling from you to the work. And that's where we are today.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City, USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and the expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Cadence Brown. I'm your business moderator for this edition of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, Black owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Today, we have the pleasure of meeting with Mr. Jerry Smith. Jerry is a 39-year radio and television veteran whose voice and leadership have shaped numerous music formats, from classic rock and top 40 to gospel, urban AC, and hip hop. Throughout his illustrious career, Jerry has received numerous accolades, including the prestigious NAB Macaroni Award, the Gospel Truth Magazine National Program Director of the Year, and the BRE Magazine Drummer Award. Under his leadership, the Light 103.9 FM won the Stellar Award for Medium Market Station of the Year and was a consistent finalist for several years. In 2020, Jerry launched JAS Consulting and Entertainment and became the CEO of digital streaming station Favor 97.3, which earned a Stellar Award nomination and won the Spin Award for Internet Radio Station of the Year. He served as chair of the St. Jude Radio Cares Advisory Board and in 2021 received the President's Lifetime Achievement Award from President Joe Biden. Today, Jerry continues inspiring future generations as a motivational speaker focused on youth empowerment, education, and following dreams. I present to you Mr. Jerry Smith. How are you doing today?
I am doing well. Thank you for having me, and what a great introduction. Thank you very much, Kate.
Thank you. That's fabulous. We want to get to know you a bit better. So let's start with your career from the beginning.
Okay.
Jerry, what first drew you to the world of radio and television?
Well, at the age of 12 years old, radio was in my heart. As a little boy, I used to listen to WBLS in New York. Frankie Crocker was the radio announcer on the radio at that time in New York. And where I grew up was in Danbury, Connecticut, which is right on the New York state line. And maybe about a little over an hour from New York City. But just listening to the radio and the DJs on the radio, I knew that that's what I wanted to be.
Okay, awesome. So can you share the story of your very first day on the air?
Oh, wow. Well, I started in college, WFCS at Central Connecticut State University.
Okay.
And I had 5 roommates, and all of us were DJs on the radio station. I was scared to death. I couldn't even remember my own name. I just knew that thousands of people were listening to me, and I was one little guy. And believe it or not, a lot of people don't know this, Kate, it's that radio and TV people really are introverts. We're really shy people. And doing television and radio is our way of kind of coming out a little bit and being more expressive and an extrovert. So I was always a shy guy growing up. And when I turned that mic on and the light said on air, it was like nerve-wracking and scary. But the more that I did it, the more comfortable I became, and eventually pretty good at it.
You're pretty good. Yes, sir, I can say. So you've worked across so many music formats. How did you adapt to your style for each one?
Just kept my ears open, listened to the instruction from my bosses, which in our profession are called program directors. And I knew I wanted to be versatile. I didn't want to be pigeonholed into one particular genre of music. Right. And that opportunities would be more available to me if I was flexible and if I could do more formats. So I did do rock, I did gospel, I did hip hop, R&B, I did top 40. I did this format called Churban, which is a combination of urban radio and top 40. I did easy listening, playing Barbra Streisand lyrics back there. Barry Manilow and artists like that, to some classics from like the Temptations and and of course Biggie, hip hop, Biggie, Tupac, and all in between. So I've got a really diverse background, which was great because it kept me working. You know, I could go from one format to the next.
Absolutely. What was your biggest challenge you faced early in your career?
Oh boy, maybe, and I hate to say this, but I wasn't prepared for the cutthroat part of the business. It's a lot of competition, and people don't want you to advance. Now, early on in my career was good. My bosses were great. They pushed me to go on to bigger and better things. But I hate to say this, but when I got into urban radio, black radio, primarily, that was a whole different ball game. And it was a lot of crab in the barrel. And I was not used to that type of environment. I was used to, hey, let's help each other and let's grow. Let's go on to bigger and better things. But when there was a part in my career where people saw more potential in me than I saw in myself. And they were threatened by that, intimidated by that, and either tried to manage me by intimidation or like feeling like my job was held over my head and didn't want me to catch them or advance past them. And that was the toughest thing. But the thing that I learned from that, Miss Brown, was I said, whenever I get into a position of management to coach and train people, I will never do that to anybody. I will never manage by intimidation. I will never hold anybody's job over their head. I would do the opposite. I would try to push them out of the nest to go on to bigger and better things. And if they did better than I did, if they, got in larger markets or more celebrity status than I did, then hey, that's a badge, of honor for me. Hey, look who I trained to go on to bigger and better things. So that was my take from those bad experiences.
Okay. Yeah, I think everyone needs a leader like that. So how has the radio industry evolved over the past 4 decades?
Wow, it has evolved immensely now with TikTok and Reels, and there's so many different forms of entertainment now. And I have some grandchildren, and they don't listen to the radio. They just stay on YouTube and Reels, And listen, I hate to admit it, but I'm getting hooked on it a little bit. I love cooking, and I see these people doing these real recipes, and I'm like, oh wow, I didn't think of that. So I can see how addictive it is. But early on, it was radio, television, and news and print. And now there's so many forms of content that entertain people. I wish I was doing some of this influencer stuff years ago. I think I missed the boat on that, but it's just so competitive, and people just can be entertained now in many more ways than when I first started.
Agreed. Okay, let's talk about your achievements and your awards. So, what did winning the NAB Macaroni Award mean to you personally?
Wow, that's like one of the biggest awards. NAB stands for National Association of Broadcasters. And what we won that award for was for the Religious Station of the Year. So it's like an Oscar award. It's the biggest in radio. And for our station to be the recipient of that was huge, because we're talking about all of the radio stations, religious stations in America, and we were number one. Now, since we won that award, the station has won it again, I want to say 2 years ago. I wasn't a part of it the last time, but that just goes to show the solid foundation that we laid. The station was built on community and being a blessing to the community, helping them in their time of need with information, inspiration, and doing what we can do to help people in need. So the station was built on a solid foundation, and for them to continue to be nominated and be a recipient of the biggest award in radio is huge.
Oh yeah, it sounds like a huge accomplishment. Congratulations.
Thank you.
How did it feel when the Light 103.9 won the Stellar Award for Medium Market Station of the Year?
Man, that is like the Stellar Award is the biggest award for Black people.
I've heard.
For Black radio, and it's huge. The NAB is like all formats: rock, country, hip hop, R&B, everything. But the Stellar Award is primarily for the gospel industry. And to be acknowledged and recognized as the very best gospel radio station in the country is huge. Yes. And, I don't take the credit for that. It's a teamwork. And we know that saying, it takes teamwork to make the dream work. And yes, I had a great staff at that time that allowed me to lead. I shared the vision with them. They jumped on board, and we all collectively put the work in together to make that radio station successful. And it's still successful, but that was huge for all of us.
So, tell us about the moment you found out you were receiving the President's Lifetime Achievement Award.
When I found out that I was the recipient of that award, that was very humbling. I had just, started my own company. My radio station, Favor 97.3, was nominated for a Stellar Award for Internet Radio Station of the Year. And at that time, I think I had been celebrating 36 years of radio. And I got to update my bio because now it's up to 40, going on 41.
Okay.
But 36 years, and I never celebrate myself. I just do what I do because I have a passion to help people. I come from humble beginnings, and I don't forget that humble beginnings and the people that were there for me and my family to help me to turn out to be the man I am today, that sowed words of wisdom and encouragement and inspired me to go the right way instead of the wrong way. So when I became the recipient of that award, it was like, wow, somebody sees me, somebody knows my heart. And I'm terrible at patting myself on the back and tooting my own horn. But to know that some people see that highly of me, to make that suggestion, recommendation, nomination, and then to be the recipient of all of those years of hard work was really, really surreal and just breathtaking.
Yeah.
And before we continue on, I do want to say one of the things that I'm really passionate about is you and our youth, the next generation of great minds. And I know this platform, and I want to send a big shout out to Dr. Eric Kelly III, and thank him and the team for the opportunity to talk a little bit about me and my business. But I want people who are watching and listening to sow into what they're doing. Their mission is to help young people like you to fulfill your dreams, to whatever God has you destined to do, whatever your purpose is to be a part of your journey. So I just encourage people to make donations. I made a donation yesterday towards a youth scholarship portion of this. And I'm just pleading to everybody to give whatever you can. All right. There's no set amount. Whatever you have will go a long way into helping our next generation of young men and women to do great things with their lives. So thank you.
Absolutely. And thank you.
You're welcome.
So which award or recognition stands out as the most meaningful to you?
Well, just last year, I was acknowledged by being inducted in the 2025 Gospel Music Hall of Fame.
Wow.
All of the awards, I really appreciate them all, and I don't really rank them. But when you look over your life and the body of work that you've done, and there are people just like the Presidential Lifetime Achievement Award, think highly of you enough to induct you into the Hall of Fame. That your name lives there forever. You know what I mean? The Lifetime Achievement Award with President Joe Biden, that'll live forever. When they look at the people who were acknowledged for the year that I was the recipient, my name will be etched with those other ones. And the same thing with the Hall of Fame. But I've done some things that were small. I went to Butner College to talk to young men about when they got out of jail, to go in the right direction and don't do the same things that they did that got them there.
Absolutely.
Find new friends. There's purpose in their life. They're talented. They could do great things if they put their mind to it and avoided the traps. And they gave me a little plaque thanking me for coming to speak to them and sharing my heart. And that's just as important as the Lifetime Achievement Award and the Hall of Fame. I cherish all the opportunities to sow into people, to help them to navigate this crazy thing called life, which isn't easy to navigate.
Yes, sir. It's definitely a blessing to be a blessing.
Yes.
So what do you think are the keys to leading a successful radio station team?
I think one, being a good coach, walking in their shoes, not being afraid for people to outgrow you. Now, there's that saying, you can lead, a horse to water, but you can't make him drink.
Yes, sir.
But what you can do is your best to prepare them for the future.
Absolutely.
And for the career. Like, well, I always talk to my staff, and I would say to them, listen, you got to learn the lingo, the language, so that when you're talking to somebody who potentially could hire you for a position, you got to know the language. You got to know all that technical stuff.
Yes,
That's what they're listening for. So you have to prepare them for the opportunities that present themselves so that they can take advantage of those opportunities. So that was always my mindset. I want my people to know just as much as I do, if not more. So when an opportunity presents itself and they're sitting at the table, that when that interview is over, that opportunity ends, that the person that sat in front of them would say, wow, this person is very impressive. I think that they would be a good fit for our organization.
Yes, sir. All right, upcoming radio host, you heard it here. So about your entrepreneurial journey, what inspired you to start JAS Consulting and Entertainment?
Wow, I had to pivot. In 2020, the company that I worked for had a massive layoff company-wide, 300 plus employees due to COVID. Nothing that I did bad, not performance. My station was doing great. I was doing great. But the company was losing money hand over fist, and they had to make some difficult decisions. And I was one of them. And I had been with the company nearly 20 years, working out of the corporate offices and just doing great things for the company. And there's no ill feelings. I know it was all a business decision. So I had to pivot, and I had a conversation with God, who I acknowledge him and give him the glory for all things in my life, because I know all blessings flow through him. And he was preparing me for that moment. And basically, when I was like, God, what am I going to do now? And he said, I want you to do for yourself everything that you've been doing for others. Wow. And so basically, that's all JAS Consulting and Entertainment is what I've been doing for other people, helping to book artists for shows, helping to plan workshops, concerts, comedy shows. I gave advice to artists on what I thought would be best practices for them to get radio airplay. I couldn't charge them anything for that because it would have been a conflict of interest, but here I am with my own company, so I could charge people to consult. One of the things that I didn't anticipate that I would be doing, and it turned out I'm pretty good at it, was helping people to get their music played on the radio. So just a praise report. 5 years, God blessed me to have 3 #1 charting Billboard and media-based singles. Just last week, one of my clients was the #1 song, Ernest Pugh, with his single Don't Give Up on the Billboard gospel and media-based gospel charts. I'm really excited. One of my clients right now, Mr. Marcus Jordan, is at #7 this week on Billboard and media-based, and he's trending to have another #1 song. So God has blessed me immensely. And half the time I'm sitting in front of my computer, working from home, my home office, in my PJs, getting it done. So I really enjoy doing what I do, but that's the story behind launching JAS. And May 8th was my official day that I launched it, and it came into fruition. It was born April 14th, 2020. So we're celebrating our 5th year anniversary now.
Yes, sir. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
What was the vision behind launching Favor 97.3?
Well, being a longtime radio person, and I've been blessed to launch many radio stations, again, for other people, for the company that I worked for. I think I launched about 14 stations. I was a part of a team that launched a XM channel called Spirit, which is a gospel channel. Since Sirius and XM merged, now that it's called Praise, it's Kirk Franklin's Praise. They kind of purged some channels when they merged, and so Kirk Franklin's Praise. And so, this was, like I said, I did for myself what I did for other people. And the unique thing about this, my mother was the one who actually helped me to get a professional job in radio. My mom was a minister, preacher, and she had a show on a small AM station. She overheard the general manager say that he needs some part-time help. And she said, well, my son did some college radio, maybe he can help you. And so he said, well, send him down. I'd love to meet him and talk to him. And I went, met him, talked to him. He hired me. And that was in August of 1984. So August is the month that I always celebrate my anniversary. So I'm coming up on 41 years as a professional broadcaster. So with favor, in memory of my late mother, I launched the radio station on the day that she passed. I wanted to birth into life something in memory of her.
Absolutely.
So September 5th at 5:55 a.m. 2020 was when I went on the air with Favor 97.3.
So, how do you see digital streaming changing the future of radio and entertainment?
It's huge. It's huge now. One, because it's global, it's worldwide. People can hear Favor 97.3 all over the world. Yeah. And terrestrial radio stations, that's just the name for a station that has an antenna and a tower, AM or FM. And they stream as well. And in 2025, people are so comfortable now with streaming, whether it's television, like we used to have satellite TV, the direct TV thing, and we got away from that, and now we stream our television, save a little money and we're comfortable with it. And that's how radio is. People are really comfortable now. Advertisers are really comfortable spending money there because they know that it's less expensive than advertising on an AM or FM. So they get more value. They know that there are a lot of eyes listening, and a lot of ears and eyes either watching or listening to streaming platforms. And so the money is out there for those platforms to be able to monetize.
Absolutely. I haven't seen DirecTV in years. So.
I know, me either. Since we started streaming, yeah. And we it was a pain in the butt whenever it started raining, or storming. We couldn't watch it.
No TV. How did you overcome the challenges of launching a business during the pandemic in 2020?
Again, I have to give God the glory, but just my personal DNA and makeup. I'm an overachiever. I'm one that doesn't mind getting downright dirty. I observe other people that are successful. I look for common denominators. I study. I see people that are not successful and they're not putting in the work. They're not making the sacrifices. It's almost like people want something to come down like manna from heaven.
Right.
They don't want to put in the work. Like you, for example, you're doing it. You're interviewing me. I'm not sure exactly what your aspirations are, your dreams are, but you're doing it. And that's how you become successful. You've got to do it. So in the midst of a pandemic, I just was grinding. I was working hard. I wasn't, doing a 9 to 5. I was doing a 6 to midnight. Just nonstop, because I knew what I was up against. And I had to put in the extra time, the extra effort, in order to make it through the pandemic. And by God's grace, I did. I posted just yesterday on my social media that I was celebrating my 5th year. And one of the comments really resonated with me to what you're speaking on. And someone said, man, you were able to survive, you were able to launch and survive through a global pandemic. Wow.
Right.
And I didn't really think of it until I read that comment. I was like, wow, because a lot of businesses that were established didn't make it through the pandemic.
Right.
And here I am launching one, and God has blessed me to be able to sustain and have a successful business.
Absolutely. What advice do you have for young entrepreneurs who want to break into media?
I would say to you that if it's in your heart, it's already done. Okay, that part is over. God has blessed you. That's what you're destined to do. That's what your purpose is. But nothing in life comes easy. You've got to work for it. You've got to educate yourself. Don't think that you know it all. You have to educate yourself. You have to surround yourself with amazing people that are like-minded people. There are going to be some people that are going to try to take you off track, try to defer you, get you to do things that you shouldn't do. That's what happened to me. You know what I mean? But I was smart enough to keep my eye on the prize. Learn all that you can. There's so much information out there on the internet now. Just Google whatever it is that you're thinking about, and you can find that information. Again, I know my time is just about up here. I just want to encourage you to make a donation to the Youth Scholarship Program. Let's help these young men and women with books, tuition, all the things that they need to further their education to be successful. So please, please donate, 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 donate. You're sowing into fertile soil that is definitely going to yield a great harvest.
Yes, sir. And thank you, Mr. Jerry Smith, for coming again.
Thank you. And you can find me at jerrysmith.com, jerrysmith03.com, jerrysmith03.com. Thank you, and may God bless you and give you all the desires of your heart, young lady. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that's on the screen below. Hashtag, capital B, X, USA. Again, that's capital B, X, USA. Our goal is to give laptops and use up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for April 2025. NC 100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporation, Genius is Common, Exclusive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, Bank Law Firm, and the Black Business Expo USA. We thank you so much for joining us today. And remember, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side. Once again, thank you for joining us.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Wanda? And leave an inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious. How did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
Hi, I'm Barbara Smith. Genius is common. My genius is executive coaching and professional corporate training. As the master executive coach and corporate training ambassador for the Genius is Common movement, I help business owners craft their stories in such a way that you know exactly what they do, what they have, and what they bring to the table. Many times as business owners, we are asked, so what do you do for a living? And we could be crushing in our businesses, but we're not quite sure exactly what to say in a short amount of time. Well, I help you take those stories that are the reason why you're in business and why you're so passionate about your business and craft them in such a way that people are drawn to you as opposed to being repelled by you. Because every conversation, every time you talk to someone about your business, you are excited about it. But are you really conveying what you do, what you have, and what you bring to the table? And do really people understand why you care so much and why they should care that you have the solution to their problem? Well, I'm here to help you with that. As a master storyteller, I can help you with your stories and spin them in such a way that they are intriguing and fascinating. People want to listen to you talk. about your business. That's why at the Genius is Common movement, I am the master executive coach and professional training ambassador. That's my genius. And genius? Oh yeah, it's common.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America and North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Is it to land on the front cover of a top-tier global publication? The answer may surprise you. If you are a business owner, industry leader, speaker, author, or coach, this is your opportunity to get featured in a publication that reaches worldwide. We want to be able to tell your story, showcase your brand. We have made it so easy. All you have to do is answer a few questions and tell us a little bit about your business, and we'll take care of the rest. But why get featured? 1, it gives you massive exposure to a global audience. 2, it helps to boost your credibility and your authority in your industry. And 3, it helps you to expand your network and unlock opportunities. Now, right now, we are offering a special limited time offer. You can be seen by over 10,000 viewers and readerships each month. So don't wait. This is your time to elevate your business and get featured. All you have to do is click the link below and get started today.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you. The marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has the power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution. A movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak any English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why BDirect was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to BDirect's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business lifecycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, BDirect Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African continental and country specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to BDirect Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the HeyTie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Cadence Brown, and I am your business moderator for this edition of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Today, I'll be introducing to you Ms. Renee Miller. Renee Miller is a dynamic visionary, CEO, and founder of Remember Who You Are Enterprises and the Love Camp. With an MBA and a professional coaching certification from the International Coaching Federation, Renee combines business expertise with a deep passion for personal transformation and community empowerment. Chairman of the Western Maryland Advisory Board for the Maryland Black Chamber of Commerce, speaker and author of Seasons of Love, Love's Journey, 90 Days to Positive Change, and Growth Journal. Renee specializes in helping Black women and men rediscover their authentic selves, embrace self-love, and manifest their life and love vision. Through her Seasons of Love and 7 Factors of Love system, she champions mental, emotional, and spiritual wellness as keys to thriving personally and professionally. When not leading change, Renee enjoys designing jewelry, exploring nature, immersing herself in music and the arts, and traveling the world for inspiration and renewal. I present to you Ms. Renee Miller. How are you doing today?
Hi, how are you?
I'm
doing
blessed.
well. How about yourself?
Good. Let's start with talking about your business. What inspired you to create the Love Camp? And what's the core mission and vision?
At the end of the day, I was just exhausted with the stats around healthy relationships in the Black community. I felt like experiencing such high divorce rates, low marriage rates. And for me, it was just very difficult to see so many Black women that were single. And I wasn't necessarily encouraging just to get married for marriage sake, but really to think about how do we start with the individual, the couple, and then the household and create healthy love relationships. So the vision was really simple: create more healthy relationships in the Black community so that it impact us for generations to come. And so that's what created the Love Camp.
It's awesome. What makes the Love Camp unique compared to other relationship coaching services or retreats?
One of the things that I pride myself on with starting the Love Camp is that it supports healthy Black love along the entire love journey. A lot of times we'll see companies and they'll support only couples, or they're only focused on Black women, or maybe only Black men. But what I get excited about is supporting Black men and women along their entire love journey, because initially I was like, well, if I support our Black women and get them where they need to be, selecting better choices and loving on themselves. But I was like, listen, we need our men to also be joining us.
Absolutely.
And if that's out, then we're still in a situation. And so while it's taken a little bit longer to engage all of us at different points in their love journey, we're doing the work to make sure that we say, we see you, Black community. We see how much you want more love. We recognize the importance of it. And we want to join you in creating those skills. So it really is a company that was designed to be holistic in our approach and support the entire process and not forget about our community as a whole. And while we've been segmenting them and not starting with all of us at the same time, we do recognize that we need to speak to our community as a whole, the community that is interested in supporting their relationship with love.
Absolutely. So who's your ideal client for Love Camp's various offerings?
That's such a great question. For sure, it is one, those that are in the Black community that value learning the skills for healthy relationships. And because it's an attitude, it's an intention, and it exists in men and women. However, what I found is that it exists more readily in Black women. And I find that the woman typically will bring the man along. We're looking for ways to get more of our men to initiate it. But the ideal client is those that are interested in love. And then my second ideal client is Black women that are like, hey, I want to learn the skills for myself, or I want my partner to also learn the skills, or I want the man that I'm interested in, that I'm dating, to learn the skills so that we have the highest chance of really succeeding in our relationships. And I would say my goal is to connect with those women that are hopeful still, that are not like, it's a wrap. Because just so many of us are like, I'm good. Like I'm exhausted with the state of relations between our men and our women. And I'm really trying to capture those women that haven't given up yet, that haven't decided that it's a waste of time or it's just not worth it because of the state of relationships nowadays.
Beautiful. Can you share a success story that truly embodies the transformation clients experience at the Love Camp?
Yes, I have so many. But there's one that stands out that makes me super, super proud. And even though I work with single Black women, this particular couple stands out to me because when they came to the Love Camp, they really were trying to figure out how to lessen the conflict, how to reduce the power struggle, how to really communicate where they each felt seen and heard, and create those actual steps that would support the relationship long term, not just short term. And I'm just so proud of them because not only did they do the couples coaching with me and my love, because we coached together in the company, but they then went on to get engaged and invited us to speak at their event. And now they'll be getting married in less than 60 days today, as a matter of fact. And so when we see the transformation of couples that learn the skills, conflict and communication and vulnerability and learning how to be honest in difficult conversations, for me, that just makes my heart smile because it's not just talking in theory, but it's like, how do you actually do this thing in this day and age with things different than when they were in the 70s and the 60s and the 80s? So much has changed. And now we have to be able to catch up and use principles that work with common times. And so when I think of that couple doing the work and shifting their mindset, they literally got in the trenches, did the coaching, then did the retreats, and came out on the other side. And they're still practicing the skills today.
That's amazing. Congratulations to them and yourself as well.
Thank you.
How has your own personal journey influenced the development and approach of the Love Camp?
Wow. So I will tell you, I had a lot of challenge with love. Like I grew up never learning how to value myself, not understanding my own self-worth. And so I kept picking or selecting or allowing, whatever you want to call it, the wrong people in my life over and over again. And so the men that I would select in my life, either I allowed them to be more takers than givers, or I allowed them to treat me in a way that was less honoring. And so I ended up being a serial dater. And then I ended up getting into an unhealthy marriage. And now to a blissful, best relationship I've ever had in my life. And it took decades to figure it out. And so my personal story is a testament of the system that I've put in place that is the same system that helps a single woman find healthy love and do something different to couples who need to learn how to be better in their relationship as a couple. It's the same system. I've learned it works because it's based on 7 factors of love that I had to first do on myself and then prove that it works over and over again with different people. Because before I was a love coach, I was always out there like matching people up or giving workshops or seminars talking about love. So my story is because I was on a mission to understand the value of healthy, integral love. And I used it on myself first through some heartache and then moved on to doing it professionally.
That is inspiring.
So it's a lived experience. Thank you.
Yes, a blessing in disguise.
Yes.
Why do you believe a healthy relationship with oneself is foundational to experiencing fulfilling romantic love?
You know, we just had this conversation. So me and my love went on a Sunday walk yesterday. When we go on these walks, we have these deep, thought-provoking conversations. And one of the things that we were talking about just yesterday is what I truly believe is that we're only able to love another up to the level that we love ourselves. And if so, we're not always doing work to understand who we are, understand what we think about ourselves, our worthiness, our esteem, our self-advocacy, all of the things that we're not always taught. Some of us are, but most of us aren't. Then when you go to connect with another person and you're not grounded in the beauty of who you are, even the things you don't like about yourself, you can't give yourself grace to receive them and take them in, there are many things that happen, but one of the things that will happen is we're always going to someone else, looking outside of ourselves for that love and that connection and that validation, and not knowing how to give it to ourselves first, so that when we connect with other people, it's overflow. It's extra. It's not, oh, I need to go find and get something that's missing from that other person. It's, I need to give it to myself first and keep earning that with myself. Keep learning to be the love that we want in our lives first, so that when it comes, it's extra. It's extra. It's not I needed this because I don't have it for myself. It's that, oh wow, I'm attracting more of what I already have. It's a different experience.
Okay. So, in today's society, what are some of the biggest misconceptions or challenges people face in the understanding love?
Misconceptions. So I would say, building off of what we just said, like believing that you gotta go and get love. You attract more of what you have. So you attract love because you're being loved. Like attracts like.
Absolutely.
I would also say that love is not this thing that is always emotions and feel good. For me, the misconception about love is that it's just a feeling. To me, love is the verb that we don't think of as a verb enough. We think of it as this ethereal thing, this feeling, this emotion. But really, to me, love is the energy and the source of what we need. And when we put love as a verb in action, it's the thing that we need to really have successful relationships, even when it's hard.
Wow, that's a beautiful perspective.
Thank you.
You often talk about love is action or love in action. Can you explain what that means and why it's crucial?
Yeah. So love in action is when, so love just in theory or in now is like, oh, I feel good, or I feel all warm and fuzzy, or this beautiful thing over there. But love is an action, is this energy that says, because I actually love this person, I'm going to show up that demonstrates it. Isn't just talk, it isn't just a word, but it's actually, let me show you that I love you. Let me be honest. Let me be transparent. Let me be vulnerable. And this goes both ways. Let me be vulnerable when you need it most, so that you feel safe in the engagement, so that you feel seen in the engagement. Let me say the thing to you that is difficult to say when it's a difficult conversation, but let me say it with love. So love in action is really, to me, practicing all the skills that back up the words. That's what love in action is. It's like, I'm not going to just tell you I love you, but do something different. I'm going to tell you I love you, and I'm going to back it up with action. And here's the asterisk: when it's hard. And when I say that, let me put another asterisk. It doesn't mean struggle love at the exhaustion of ourselves. So it means first learning how to love on yourself, make sure you have your boundaries, make sure you're clear on who you are, who you need to be in the exchange. And then when you're doing love in action, it's not devoid of you. It includes you. It involves you. It involves you and you valuing yourself, so that love in action isn't, I'm a doormat. Love in action isn't, I got to be the sacrifice. It is, how do we communicate and honor this connection in an integral way, so that you truly feel seen and I truly feel seen and you feel loved and I feel loved. And to me, it's like doing the work with love, and it's not just making it all in theory, because that's what we do a lot. We make it all in theory.
Agreed. How can understanding and practicing the different facets of love, like the 7 factors, lead to personal and relational growth?
Oh, for sure. That's a beautiful question, because so I'm going to give you the 7 factors because I've been talking about them, but I don't know if your audience even knows what they are. I've been kind of talking about them. So I'm just going to give all 7 and tell you why they're important to work in synergy. So we have attraction, We have communication, we have honesty, we have respect, we have trust, we have safety, and we have vulnerability. And what I've learned is all of those factors work in synergy. And usually, if there's one that's out, there's usually two that's out. There's usually one plus. Because if you think about it, if you don't have effective communication, a lot of times you're not trusting the person, or you have some respect issue, or so it's usually something, or you don't feel safe. So there's usually 2 to 3 of those factors out. And so the goal is to do the work to understand, why is that factor out? What is in the way of that factor being practiced healthy? Like, how do you practice honesty? How do you make sure that you practice communication where the person feels respected and valued? Because this is someone you love. You know what I mean? I'm air quoting because it's air quote if it's not in action. It's just in theory. Or, how do you create a safe space where you want to be vulnerable, but you don't even know how to let that part of yourself be seen? And this is men and women. And so when you learn how to actually implement these skills with practice and intentionality, then you're a different version of yourself in that relationship. You're not the version of you that may avoid or may attack or may hide, or whatever the case is. You're the version of you that says, I'm going to communicate with my words and my actions to show you that I can have the kind of relationship that is safe, the kind of relationship that is empowering and loving, and ultimately, if you choose to, lasting. And so the change is tremendous, because you're not going through what's acceptable in a lot of unhealthy relationships, but you're really putting the work in to say these factors are important. And when I put them in synergistic action, it's a different relationship with myself first, and then with another.
Okay.
It's kind of a long answer.
We got it. So this next question, I think most people would love the answer to. What role does healing from past hurts play in opening oneself up to healthy love?
So can I tell you a quick story?
Go ahead.
So in 2018, at the beginning of 2018, I was just like done. I was in a marriage that I didn't feel seen, didn't feel loved, and felt like, quite honestly, I was just a roommate or the caregiver. And I was just exhausted. So in January of 2018, I was like, listen, by the end of this year, my entire life's going to look different. And either this marriage is going to completely transform, or I'm out. Okay. Because I have been trying, and I have realized that I had made a bad choice. And I knew that another year of that I couldn't survive. I was a fraction of who I am in personality and in energy. And I think that pain and that desire to be honest about the choice I made and how I was like emotionally dying inside, and just a fraction of who I was, made me really decide to take a hard look at the choices I made. And so sometimes when we're willing to be accountable and not be a victim to our experience, because I could have been like, man, it's all him. No, but I was like, no, you made that choice, Renee. You decided to get married for whatever reason, and I got clear on that reason. And once I realized I was in a lot of pain and turmoil, I was like, own your choice and then choose a different choice. And I think that comes from also being a coach. And so your pain can completely transform your life, because unfortunately, many of us as human beings, we need, not always, but we need pain or some type of challenge to change us. And that's not true, but that's how we function most of the time.
Yes.
And for me, it was a painful marriage that I was like, I can't survive this another year. I'm out, or it's going to change.
Okay. So about your exclusive system, Seasons of Love and 7 Factors of Love, can you briefly explain the concept behind your Seasons of Love framework?
Absolutely. So what I realized from my life and the process I had to go through to learn healthy love, it literally was a seasons of love process. And I'll tell you what that was. For me, I had to do a deep assessment. Like, where am I? What's working? How'd I get here? What's not working? Like, what do I need? I had to ask myself those hard questions. And so the seasons of love is really about going through symbolic seasons. So winter was that reflection time. I had to do that right before I got separated. And then spring was all about, well, what's my vision? Like, what do I really want? What do I really need? What am I missing? And getting clear on the vision that I could have for my life. Because think about it, if you're in a horrible state, whether with yourself or with a relationship, you need to be able to come up from that dark place. You need to be able to see something more that you can believe that you can have.
For sure.
And then symbolic summer is all about, how do I do this? Like, how do I get there? Summer's all about enjoying it and playing and letting the sun kiss your face and just taking it all in. And that's when clients work with me, whether it's one-on-one or even at retreats, I lead them through the skill building, the 7 factors of love. Once you get clear on where you are and what your vision is, now let's practice it. Let me show you how all of these skills work in harmony. Let me show you the synergistic approach. And then finally, fall is all about reaping the harvest. So like when you realize I've grown, then I want to teach you how to maintain that, even if you're in the meantime season, even if you haven't exactly created the exact relationship you're working for, you're not the same person. So how do you hold on to that? How do you not let the old you come back and take over? Because it'll happen. It's like, I'm about to take over.
Those are some great reflection questions. So with that being said, how do the 7 factors of love provide a practical roadmap for building strong relationships?
Yeah. So individually, they need to be understood. Individually, we need to understand how we think about attraction. Like, for example, if you're a single person, what do you use to be attracted? A lot of times it's education, height, money.
Right.
It's all those things that don't necessarily guarantee your value, you treat it well, you're loved on. Don't guarantee those things. And I've dated them all. I've dated millionaires and I've dated bus operators. So I understand the value of, one, how to pick right now from attraction. I now know attraction. What are you using to attract? How's your communication? Do you know how to communicate first with yourself? And then do you know how to communicate with your significant other or even a potential date? Because we don't often know how to communicate. That's a skill within itself. Then how honest are we with ourselves? I had to do that hard work, like shadow work and identifying. Because a lot of times it's hard to be honest with ourselves, so it's hard to be honest with another. So everything starts from the inside out. And then finally, the other 4 are the same process. When we look at respecting ourselves, when we look at trusting ourselves, we look at learning to be vulnerable with ourselves and really creating safety. Those are the skills that we have to understand individually. And then we have to practice using them synergistically so that we're using one system to make ourselves and our relationships healthier.
Perfect. So how do you integrate your exclusive system into your coaching and retreat experiences?
Yeah. So I always start with the seasons of love as everything. So we have a retreat coming up. We have several retreats coming up at the Love Camp, and one of them is in Savannah, one's in Bali, one is in Gatlinburg, and one is in DC. Okay. Those are the couple ones. But then we have one coming up in LA for single women. We have one coming up in Bali for single women. When I say single, I mean women that are coming by themselves, that want to work on strengthening that love energy within themselves. And every single couple, every single retreat is the same. We're going to do that deep dive in symbolic winter, and we're going to really look at, okay, where are you? Where do you want to be? And I'll lead them through the entire process where they'll still use the 7 factors of love to do the deep dive. But here's what makes it unique. Every environment we go to, we use that culture, whether it's that city or that country, to bring the excursions out. Like, how do you trust yourself when you're in Bali walking down a temple and you got this waterfall coming over you, and you got to trust that you're safe going into the unknown? Or how do you know, if you're in, I don't know, Savannah, and you're communicating with your partner and you're doing an activity or an exercise and you don't know what they're going to do because it's an exercise that may be without words. So it's always something that we're doing to make it practical, hands-on, but memorable so they can take it back when they leave the retreat. And we have people that have been in our Love Awaken retreat when we went to Bali last year, and they're still talking about the practices that we've done.
Okay. Sounds super fun.
Thank you. Yeah, it's always fun.
What can Black women expect to gain from attending your Love Awaken retreats?
So definitely a stronger sense of self, hands down. Unapologetic permission to experience love at a deeper level, to desire love at a deeper level, to relate to love at a deeper level. Because the Love Awakening retreats are about how do you awaken the love within you and give yourself permission to connect to it. And some women come to the Love Awakening retreats because they want to strengthen self-love. Some come because they have a dream or a vision, but they won't give themselves permission to experience it. Some come because they want romantic love, but they don't know how to get out of the way. And the common theme is awakening to love. And so when they leave, they are empowered to see themselves in their relationship with love different, and their worthiness conversation changes. It's a whole different, I know I'm worthy and I've been holding myself back, but here's why. Because we all know we got things that hold us back. But if you don't know why and you don't know what to do, you just kind of spin.
Right.
So with love, they stop spinning.
That sounds so fulfilling. What do you say? What makes your Black couples retreats in locations like Savannah and Bali a unique and valuable experience for couples?
Because a few things. So one, we use the environment to bring out connection energy. Like our retreats are always about how do we strengthen your connection. And so if you go to a place like Savannah, it's slower, it's romantic. We curate different date night experiences. If you go to a place like Bali, it's more spiritual. It's more beautiful because of the scenery and the water and the plants and the culture. And equally, those two places add stronger connection, but you bring the culture to make the experience one that they won't forget because they're using the culture of that place. And that's what makes it unique. But I also think having other couples that you can safely talk about things that you don't get to talk to other couples about, and being transparent and safe, because we pride ourselves on making it a safe environment. And we've been able to do that so far consistently, where people feel like, wow, I didn't know what I was walking into, and I thought I was gonna have to tell all my business and I'm gonna be like exposing myself, but it's not. It's let us guide you on the right things to think about, and let's talk about topics that you thought was only yours, that you thought only you was dealing with.
Right. Okay.
And then they realize that's not the case.
Can you describe the personalized approach you take with your VIP couples curated experiences?
Oh, that's our favorite new service that we have. And I'm really excited about it because some of our couples that come to us that want coaching, they don't want coaching over time. Typically, coaching is a process where we work with people over 3 or 4 months. But some people are like, I want to have focused, concentrated time, skill building that is concentrated, intensive, and just with you guys where we can get some quicker results. And so what happens is people join us in Maryland, and we curate not only a Friday night date night where we get the chance to meet them, we have dinner with them, and then we do the work. So they actually are using 7 factors of love in action, like they're actually speaking to their partner the way they need to. They're practicing the skills. They're being honest about their feelings. They're like doing intensive. So imagine 8 hours of intensive work with 2 love coaches. And then when you finish, you get to have a little bit of a woosah, and then you are going out on a date that we curate for you. And so the VIP sessions are for people that are like, I want to team up with love coaches that will guide us on the results that we need sooner than later, in an environment that feels new and focused and intentional.
Okay. And I have one last question for you.
Sure.
What's the most rewarding aspect of the work you do at the Love Camp?
Rewarding. I would absolutely say the most rewarding that we do with the Love Camp is to see the shifts that happen over and over again, the awareness, the transformation, the clarity, whether it's with self first and then with their partner. And I think being able to realize how they relate to love is powerful, because we all have our own context about love. We all have our own, what is love to us? But when you add what is love to me, and then how have I related to love in my relationships, whether it's with myself or with others, it's completely transformative. And for us, we start with love. That's why we talk about us being love coaches, because we are not just focusing on love. I mean, we're not just focused on relationships, we're making sure that love is the foundation.
Okay. What has been your favorite place so far to travel to?
Whew, that's a good question. I feel like it's a tie though. I honestly, like, I love Savannah because we've done this now. This is our 3rd year. So Savannah is like our staple place.
Mm-hmm.
But I think I've loved when we went to Africa, when we went to Tanzania. That was enjoyable.
Mm-hmm.
Memories for days. It's hard to say. And now, as we're going back to Bali, I have so many fond memories. I don't know. I can't even give a favorite place because they all are different for different reasons.
Okay. Who do you recommend for VIP couples?
Who do I recommend for the Black Love retreats?
Yes.
That's a good question. I think I recommend couples that, one, realize that they need to strengthen their communication.
Okay.
Couples that are committed to growing. Like, I vet every couple that joins us because we need to make sure that it's a safe space for other couples. Mm-hmm. So that means all of us have different things that we need and things we want to strengthen, but they need to be willing to do the work. And I would say couples that are open to learn the skills that would allow them to keep growing as a couple.
Okay.
For sure. Yeah, definitely. I would say those are the couples. And also couples that like traveling, like, it's a bonus because you get a chance to step out of your norm. We're so used to being in it. But when you step outside and you come to do a retreat with us, you're really stepping away from all your day-to-day normal things so that you get an opportunity to truly focus on your relationship and do it in a fun way, because we have a lot of fun, but we also dive in.
Of course. And excuse me. How long has it been for you to see results in your couples?
It varies.
Okay.
What I would say is it can be We have one couple that we started working with about a month ago, and we're seeing results right away just from the first call.
Wow.
Because we're intentional about getting quick wins so they can feel confident in overcoming the challenges they have. And equally, like when I work with Black women that are working on their love story, I typically see shifts in them within maybe a month because we're getting that clarity of what stops them. Why are they blocked in love? Why are they making the choices they make? And so they typically, I notice usually within 3 to 4 weeks a shift. And then of course with our couples, it can be as quick as 1 to 3 calls, because I think it's a different kind of engagement than when I do my one-on-one with Black women.
Okay. And where can some couples that are interested in working with you find you? What is your contact info?
So they can find us at thelovecamp.co. And we have coaching as well as retreats. And we're going to be coming out with some other initiatives by the end of the year, but thelovecamp.co.
Okay. Well, that wraps up our interview. You have been amazing. And thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, ma'am. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors, going to college, or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that's on the screen below. Hashtag capital B, capital X, capital U, capital S, capital A. Again, that's in all caps, BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We also want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for April 2025. NC 100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation, Genius is Common, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic Art Design, Banks Law Firm, and Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side. Bye for now.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a super connector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius is common.
infection control and nursing for over 30 years. It is truly my passion. I love being able to see people who are in need go into a facility and get quality care, have quality outcomes, and don't leave with anything they didn't come in with.
Is it to land on the front cover of a top-tier global publication? The answer may surprise you. If you are a business owner, industry leader, speaker, author, or coach, this is your opportunity to get featured in a publication that reaches worldwide. We want to be able to tell your story, showcase your brand. We have made it so easy. All you have to do is answer a few questions and tell us a little bit about your business, and we'll take care of the rest. But why get featured? One, it gives you massive exposure to a global audience. Two, it helps to boost your credibility and your authority in your industry. And three, it helps you to expand your network and unlock opportunities. Now, right now, we are offering a special limited time offer. You can be seen by over 10,000 viewers and readerships each month. So don't wait. This is your time to elevate your business and get featured. All you have to do is click the link below and get started today.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak in English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
I grew up in Flint, Michigan during the 60s, and as a child, I can remember the civil rights movement. I remember our family huddling around our small black and white TV, and we'd watch all of the things that were going on in Alabama and Mississippi. Some of my older cousins were active in the movement, and each week we would have a large Sunday dinner with the extended family, and they would come back and tell us about all of the things that they had seen and done. As a child of about 8 or 9 years old, I always wanted to grow up and be a part of the movement, but by the time I became of age, it was all over. All of the marching was done. I always felt left out, that I didn't get a chance to participate in the civil rights movement. But little did I know that God had another plan for me as a computer instructor and database developer. But even then, it bothered me that I didn't see many people of color in my classes. That is when journalist Dr. John Ray introduced me to Dr. Joel Dudley Sr. and Dr. Eunice Dudley of Dudley Products, who had been mentored by the millionaire S.B. Fuller. Through Dr. Dudley, I was introduced to Dr. Lafayette Jones, past Vice President of Marketing for John H. Johnson of Johnson Publishing, and his wife, Sandra Miller Jones, who was the Vice President at Quaker Oats, and together they created SMSI, a national marketing firm. Dr. George C. Frazier of FrazierNet and the Power Networking Conference, Dr. Jackie Mayfield of ComproTax, founder of the largest Black-owned income tax service, and even billionaire Michael B. Roberts. They all believe that the way to close the wealth gap is through entrepreneurship, because we as a people had to overcome slavery and secondly, obtain our civil rights to be able to eat in any restaurant or stay at any hotel that we wanted. But the third piece is economic equality. And now I am also convinced that we must become entrepreneurs, and to do so we must embrace technology and a strategy of global networking. That is why I created Every.Black, to use my vast experience as a computer instructor to teach entrepreneurs how to use technology and artificial intelligence in business. Every.Black members are listed in our online website directory, promoted in our digital newsletter, on our social media, and on our podcast. And we also conduct weekly virtual mastermind meetings where we read positive books, learn from the experts, while networking with like-minded individuals from around the world, educating them about every aspect of becoming a successful entrepreneur. That is what Every.Black is all about. Just go to www.every.black to take the AI and tech classes you need, to register for our mastermind meetings, and to join the Every.Black family. Visit us at www.every.black and sign up today. Just go to every.black, every.black. No .com, no .net. Just every.black. .black is the new .com.
Every speaker has a moment where their words can spark inspiration, drive change, and transform lives. But what happens after the applause fades? With 5-star BDM, your voice doesn't have to fade. We transform your live session into a professional ebook. Imagine your session becoming a permanent, interactive asset, reaching new audiences across the globe. Like Grant McGough and Dr. Eric Kelly III, whose session on the Mindset Revolution continues to inspire thousands through their custom ebook. Your ideas can become a lasting impact. Turn your session into an ebook that not only tells your story, but expands your reach, builds your brand, and engages your audience. With embedded videos, custom graphics, and a stunning flipbook or PDF format, your message will inspire long after the event is over. And for a limited time only during the Black Business Olympics, get your custom ebook today. This is your chance to transform your message into something truly unforgettable at an unbeatable price. Your package includes a professionally designed ebook, a flipbook or PDF, embedded video of your session, and custom graphics. Everything you need to showcase your message in a way that lasts. With 5-star BDM, your session becomes more than a moment. It becomes an opportunity for growth, greater visibility, and lasting impact. See your influence multiply as your message reaches new clients, partnerships, and platforms. Ready to turn your ideas into a global movement? Visit 5starbdm.com to secure your custom ebook today. Your audience is ready to listen.
We all have the opportunity to impact the lives of others, whether it is a simple act of kindness, a smile, a nod, or just saying hello. Hello, I'm Pamela D. Marshall, corporate mindfulness coach and author of The Art of Forgiveness. I enjoy every opportunity to interact with others, whether they're in my home, sitting at my table for a holiday feast, or simply stopping by to say hello. My mother would often tell us, speaking is a sign of intelligence. Open your mouth, part your lips, show a smile, and say hello. Genius is common.
I am a child of the Most High God. He has gifted me in ways that I could not even imagine and didn't know.
There was a time when I didn't know who I was. I listened to other people tell me who I should be, what I should do. I listened to people telling me that I should be a boutique owner, that I should be a construction manager, that I should be a laborer. Have you ever felt like you should do something else, be something else, go somewhere else, be wherever you wanted to be, and you felt like you were in a box? Anybody in the room? And you couldn't get out? Anybody in the room? And you kept trying to go and you couldn't get out? Anybody in the room? But let me tell you, you need to rock the box. Rock the box.
I am engaging, inspiring, and empowering. I would give you everything I know. Just by touching you, if I could, by osmosis, give you every single thing I've learned, I've gone through, I know I would. We know that's not possible, but as it is possible, I love to share information with people.
Some of you out there, people have told you that you can't be, you can't have, you can't do. But I will tell you, like Kinston said, you can, you must, and you will. If it's to be, it's going to be me. You got to say it. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be.
Barbara is because she believed what her mama said about her and not what other people told her.
Every day you wake up, when you're in a situation, it's your choice whether it's an advantage or the disadvantage.
She gained her confidence and her life, and now she is a testimony.
If I can help you elevate yourself, then I feel like I'm elevating my own self as well. What you know and I know together can change the world.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at. I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6, and then I traveled back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting, and she does a lot of artistic things. And then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand, like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglass Lab. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, you know, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet,
But I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style, and it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at them. I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. People asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I said, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of this show.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Cadence Brown, and I am your business moderator for this edition of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Today, I have the pleasure of introducing to you Des Gerald and Lou Ford. First, we have Des Gerald, your unparalleled business partner with over 20 years of success in real estate sales. Des is a certified luxury home staging specialist, interior designer, and broker owner of DI Real Estate and Staging, as well as managing partner at Lifestyle International Realty, Greensboro. She's also the co-founder of the newly launched ACROS, the African Continent Real Estate Listing Service, creating certification pathways with the Ghana Association of Real Estate Brokers. Awarded top individual stager by the International Association of Home Staging Professionals, Des brings a visionary edge to every transaction, serving investors, developers, and luxury clients, all while promoting sustainable and healthy living. Joining her is Lou Ford, a dynamic real estate professional with a proven track record in representing buyers, sellers, and investors. With a background at Washington Mutual, Dun & Bradstreet, Wells Fargo, and First Horizon, Lou's expertise in project management, client relations, and building business credibility has earned her numerous awards. She brings unmatched energy and a relationship-driven approach to help clients reach their real estate goals. Together, Des and Lou are here to share insights, strategies, and inspiration. Let's dive in. How are you ladies doing today?
Doing amazing. How are you?
I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. So we want to start by getting some understanding of ACROS. What specific need or gap, perhaps felt strongly by those living away from their homeland, inspires the creation or work of ACROS?
So ACROS stands for the African Continent Real Estate Listing Service. And I had an opportunity to visit Ghana 2 years ago. And through that visit, just saw the need for producing or making or bringing to the market something that was a little bit more transparent for the real estate industry. Because right now in Ghana and throughout the continent, you may have one property, but that one property, you might have like 10 or 12 agents selling that one property at different prices on different platforms, and sometimes even the same platform. So it just makes it a little hard for the diaspora to even trust the process when it comes to real estate. And so ACROS is actually the solution.
Okay. Can you share the story behind ACROS? Was it born from personal experiences related to migration, identity, or connecting back home?
So the creation is kind of interesting. Like I said, I did go to Ghana 2 years ago. Des and I were working on another project, and we met a developer who's building properties in Ghana. And so he invited me to the groundbreaking ceremony. So I had an opportunity to go. And when I went, I had an opportunity to visit the castles. And I don't know if anyone has had that opportunity, but I certainly encourage everyone to do it. And when I went to the castles, it's almost like an extra sense it's a spiritual sense that comes over you or takes over you, because you can actually smell and almost feel what happened in the castles. And so when I was there, I could just hear the ancestors asking me, what are you going to do? How are you going to make this wrong right? Like, what are you going to do? When I left, I heard the ancestors say, what are you going to do? How are you going to make this right? I came home and I still heard it. And so that is what prompted the creation of it initially, is I knew that there was something that needed to be done to right the wrong that was done hundreds of years ago. And what part can I play in making something better for the continent?
Okay, awesome. How does ACRO's mission directly speak to the unique experiences, challenges, or aspirations of the specific diaspora group, like Nigerians, Irishes, Americans?
So I feel that the mission is to make a bridge to connect us back to the continent. Me, Des, and our co-founder, Hannah Atiase, we know that home ownership, we really feel like home ownership is the key. So through Accrels, we're able to bridge that gap, utilizing that platform for diaspora to be able to purchase homes on the continent.
Okay. Your connection to the homeland and cultural identity. So, in concrete ways, does ACRO help members of the diaspora maintain or strengthen their connection to the cultural heritage, language, or traditions?
We feel that it does. We have groups that have endorsed us. For example, the Diaspora African Forum, and they have a lot of opportunities and systems in place for the diaspora when they are relocating to the continent, to help that integration, to help with learning the culture, learning the languages. So we feel that with having their endorsement, that does play a part in that.
Okay, cool. Many in the diaspora worry about younger generations losing touch with their roots. So, how does ACROS address this intergenerational connection?
So one of the things that we thought was very important with our platform was to offer education. And the education that we're offering, it's twofold. We have education for home buyers, for people that just want to purchase, or for the younger generation that may want to sell real estate on the continent. We have partnered with the Ghana Association of Real Estate Brokers to offer real estate agent certification in Ghana. So our first class is May 19th, and that will allow the youth to have a professional certification on the continent. And now they can actually bring investors to the continent to sell property, or they can refer investors or buyers to agents that are already on the platform and generate revenue, a commission.
Okay, interesting. Beyond nostalgia, how does ACROS facilitate tangible links with the homeland today?
So the tangible links beyond nostalgia is we have partnered with E. Wells Realty and Consultancy. That is Hannah Atiase is the CEO of that company. And through that partnership, the agents that are able to gain their certification, because once you take the class, you do have to pass a test, they'll be able to get work permits through E. Wells Realty and Consultancy.
Okay, so let's address some diaspora experiences and community building. So living abroad comes with unique challenges, navigating new cultures, building community, sometimes facing discrimination. How does ACROS acknowledge and support individuals facing those realities?
So one of the things that we talked about doing is, once revenue is generated to a capacity where we can start gifting, one of the things we're going to do is start building healing homes. Healing Homes is going to be for the youth and the elderly. And so the goal is for the youth to offer activities like music and um, arts and education. And then for the elderly, it's to make sure that they're taken care of and they're pampered. So we want to make sure that they're eating whole foods, Meals on Wheels. No, that's not what we're doing. We're going to make sure they have an appointment, they're picked up by a nice car service. So those are the things that we are going to bring to the continent once we open up each market.
Okay, that sounds amazing. So with that being said, how does Acros foster a sense of community and belonging among members of the diaspora, potentially scattered across different cities or countries?
So one of the things that we've done is we've also partnered with a national company that has a database of approximately 20,000 individuals. Some are homeowners and some are real estate agents. And we really believe that education is the key. We really believe that offering that homebuyer education and that real estate certification is going to help bridge that gap and also help foster the community, because now we built a trusted platform. We vet all the agents on our platform. And now we're bringing investors to purchase properties, or we're networking with the agents on the platform to buy properties on the continent.
Okay. What role does Acros play in helping the diaspora navigate their identity, which is often a blend of their heritage and their new home?
That is a great question. And one of the companies that we've spoken to is African Ancestry. And so we're looking forward to some partnerships with them. With their technology, diaspora can figure out, what region they're potentially from, what tribe they're potentially from. And African Ancestry, they do not save our data, they destroy it after they give you the results. So they don't sell our data. So we are looking forward to talking with them further and developing that partnership.
Okay. And can you elaborate a little bit more on how destroying the data of the heritage of the people would affect things in the long run?
So I believe the purpose for African Ancestry doing that is so that our DNA is not used against us. So I believe that is the purpose of that. And I think it would probably be great for you guys to invite them to be on the show to talk a little bit more about it. But it's my understanding that they don't want our DNA to be taken and then used to harm us in the long run.
Interesting. Okay. So, can you share a specific example or success story of how Acros has empowered the diaspora community or facilitated a positive impact, either within the diaspora or back in the homeland?
Yeah, absolutely. When we launched January 17th, everyone was so excited. We had approximately 100 real estate agents come to our launch, and they were just very thankful. They were thankful that we chose Ghana to launch Acros. They were thankful that we developed something that shows the professional side of Africa. Anytime I've spoken to people in the past about Africa or the continent, just mention Ghana, Nigeria, the first thought is fraud or how I'm going to get taken. I don't trust this. So to develop a system and a platform where the agents are vetted and are responsible for the properties that are being listed on the platform is a game changer. And our platform, it's one agent per property at one price.
Okay, so how do you go about picking those properties out of all the other ones that there is to choose?
So with Hannah's company, Ewell's Realty and Consultancy, Hannah started an escrow process about 6 years ago. And what happens is there's certain documents that we request upfront from the seller, and then there's 7 to 8 different checkpoints that are checked by an attorney before we allow a home to be sold. And so if it's, for example, new construction, and someone in the diaspora sends money to Ghana, they don't send it to the seller, they send it to an attorney. And the attorney will do those checks. And if it's different phases of the project, for each phase, the attorney will check again before funds are released. So she's been doing that for 6 years now. She's only had one instance where the court was involved. And because of our tracking and our process, eWells actually won that case. So it's a proven system, and that is the model that we're following in every country that we enter into.
Cool. Okay, so looking ahead, what is Acrel's vision of the diaspora community it serves?
Our vision is for diaspora to take their talents, to take their knowledge, to take their finances, not only to purchase homes in Ghana, but to bring businesses to Ghana and all the countries in the continent. The continent wants us back home. It's a call for us to come home. And we have been educated here in the United States. We've had challenges, we've had successes, we've had businesses, we have ideas, and there are things that we are doing here currently in the United States that hasn't even happened on the continent yet. And so to have the experience that we have as diaspora across the globe, to be able to bring that back and be a resource in a humble way, not in an intrusive way, not in a dominating or takeover way, but in a humble way to our brothers and sisters. How can we help you? This is what I know. This is what I can do. This is what I've learned. How can I help you without disrupting your community,
right,
your family, and your life?
Okay, so it sounds like it's an open invite for us Blacks. How did you go about getting to that conclusion? Or I know there's a couple of opinions out here in America that we are specifically to stay in this continent. How did you go about getting the conclusion that we are welcomed back home and they would love our culture transfer?
I've been there twice. I speak to someone on the continent daily, I would say.
Okay.
Just because of what we've created, we've been getting a lot of interest and a lot of requests to enter markets, for example, Nigeria, Ethiopia, Tanzania. So having that conversation daily and hearing the excitement of the person on the other line across the continent and they're welcoming this. They want this. They're like, this is the time. This timing could be any better. So
Agreed.
Yeah, it's my experience. And I've been to Ghana twice. So I do encourage others, if you have not gone for yourself, go for yourself. Don't listen to what's in the media don't listen to what you hear. Sometimes you have to experience things for yourself. And once you do that, then you can make your own choices and decisions. And so for me, traveling to the continent and having those conversations, I know that that's what our sisters and brothers and aunties and uncles want from us.
Definitely. That was beautifully said.
Thank you.
So what does success look like in the brand?
Oh, wow. We've had successes. So starting to onboard agents has been a success for us. Adding different features to automate the process is a success for us. But being as big as Zillow and Realtor.com and the Black version of that, the African version of that, that will be our ultimate success.
Okay. What are some challenges that you have hit along the way, or are currently hitting, trying to complete the objective, of the company?
The time zone is a challenge because there's definitely a difference in time zone. So it's almost like we're working around the clock. But you know what? Guess what? We are so excited. We have the energy to do that. And as things come up, we address it right away. We don't sit on it. And the challenge also, I think, is like keeping up with all the interests that we have in the project right now and making sure that we are responding to people in a timely manner and that we're diligently going through our timeline and the projects that we need to, or the milestones that we need to hit to ultimately be able to launch in Nigeria and Ethiopia and Tanzania. So I would just say it's almost like everything has hit us at once. And so we are just trying to prioritize and make sure that everything is addressed in an efficient way. And I'm going to stick with the word humble because we are very grateful for what we have and that we were chosen to bring this product to the market.
Okay. So how can members of the diaspora listening today get involved with or support the work of the Acrels?
Just send us an email, info@acrels.com. That's info@acrels.com, which stands for the African Continent Real Estate Listing Service. You can find us on YouTube and Facebook, Instagram. We just started a TikTok. See, all of these things that we've got to put together. It's like, it's a lot and it's a challenge, but we're doing it day by day. We're putting one foot in front of the other and getting it done.
Okay. What kind of content can people expect on you all's channel?
You're going to see the new agents that are onboarding in Ghana. You'll start seeing their listings. We have approximately 200, a little over 200 listings right now and growing. So you'll see a lot of properties that's available. You'll get to interact with the agents. We're going to encourage them to go on YouTube and do some video tours and interact with the diaspora. And so Des and we're actually heading back to Ghana in late June, July to just meet with our team. We do have a team over there and just get them acclimated and show them how we sell real estate here. And just give them some options to choose from to really showcase what we have on the platform.
Okay. What message does Acrel have for the diaspora about their importance, their potential, and their connection to both their heritage and their future?
I'm going to go back to don't listen to everything people tell you or what you see in the media. I'm going to go back to get a plane ticket. Get on a plane, get your passport, your visa, and travel to the country on the continent that you have an interest in and experience it for yourself.
Okay. What do you love most about running this company?
It's exciting. And again, Des, Hannah, and myself, we are co-founders. We're sisters. Des and I are real sisters, and we kind of adopted Hannah. And it is like very much a family. And we just feel like we were chosen to do this. So the whole thing is exciting to us. And we just click and we brainstorm. We have standing meetings to make sure that everything is accomplishing and gets done.
Okay. So how important is team building to you all?
Team building is a big deal. And so we are starting to do some cross training with the agents on the continent with what we learn here in the States. So a lot of the AI tools that we're learning for real estate, a lot of the how to build your YouTube that we're learning for real estate, we are actually sharing that information so that we're learning the same things and we're learning it together as a team.
Okay. What advice do you have for upcoming realtors that would like to accomplish what your brand is accomplishing as well?
Definitely get in touch with us. We are putting quarterly trips together. The next trip is in September, then we have one in January. But get in touch with us. I really feel like it's important for people to experience traveling to the country. Definitely experience going to the castles. And once you do that and you can make that connection, I feel like that is an important piece. But if they just get in touch with us, if they want to get their real estate certification in Ghana, just reach out to us. We'll send you all the information to get registered and to start the class with us on May 19th.
Okay, you've mentioned the castles a couple of times. For the viewers that don't know too much about it, can you elaborate on that?
So the castles are where the slave trades happened. I'm specifically referring to Elmina Castle. And when I was there, I just couldn't believe there were churches in the castle and people were worshiping God while they were treating our brothers and sisters the way they were treated. And so it was very heart-wrenching and emotional to go through that experience. And for me, in the air, you could still get like a whiff of the death. And it's almost like you can smell a whiff of it, like you can smell what happened. It is, everyone should experience it because it has definitely changed me as a person. I have not been the same since I left. So I guess that's why I can't stop talking about the castles, because it did change me. It was a aha and an awakening.
Okay, well, what were you awakened to?
So I realized that coming from the United States as a diaspora, I felt like I was a disrespectful person. I felt that not knowing what my ancestors went through, I took a lot of things for granted. And it taught me to be very grateful and very humble for everything that I have. So that was what awakened in me.
Okay. Were there any problems with language barriers overseas or any other challenges with traveling overseas specifically?
So they actually speak English. They do have multiple dialects, of course, of their native language, but for the most part, everyone, 99.9% of everyone that I spoke to spoke English, just as well as you and I.
Wow. Okay. Okay. What do you love most about what you do? Did I ask that question already?
Maybe in a different way, but it's okay. I love the fact that we are going to enlighten other real estate agents, other diaspora about the opportunities on the continent. And I hope that we ignite a fire. I hope that we spark something. I hope someone has an idea or something that they think would be helpful to benefit the diaspora connecting back to the continent. So I love the fact that we have the opportunity to speak about what we've created. And I love the fact that a lot of people feel that it's time that Africa has a professional real estate platform with a system that promotes transparency and efficiency. So I love the fact that I'm grateful and that I'm not cocky about it, and that I'm humble enough to know that this is a gift from above. This is not something that me, Des, or Hannah created. This is something that we were chosen to do.
Agree. Okay. And out of all of the other areas that you could have chosen besides Africa that might have similar problems, why was Africa your choice?
I have to say that I just followed the direction that I was led when I went to Ghana 2 years ago. And going through that experience, learning the culture, meeting the people, eating the food, hearing the music, going to the castles, the ancestors telling me, what am I going to do? I mean, I heard that the whole time I was in the castles, the time I left the castles, traveling back home on the plane, months later, still hearing them talk to me. So I don't think I had a choice. I just feel like I was chosen to do this. And so Des, Hannah, and myself were chosen to do this, and we accepted the challenge.
Okay, who inspired you most? I know you just spoke on your ancestors. Were there anyone else, anyone physical that inspired you to take this leap?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I would say my parents and my family. We are from the Caribbean, and it is also known as the Emerald Isle of the Caribbean. And when I did research, I saw that we actually were, our ancestors came from Cape Coast Castle. So I feel that my parents, my family, I would have to say they also are a part of that.
Okay. Do they have any part in the business, or were they an outside inspiration?
They're in our brains and our hearts.
Okay.
So I would say outside
Absolutely.
inspiration. And my sister and I know Hannah as well, we love our parents. We go hard for our parents. We're going to make sure that they're taken care of by any means necessary and under grace in a perfect way with God's help. And so we are just going to continue to hold them up. I'm so glad that Des and our parents are alive to see this actually happening. Like for us, that is a huge blessing. And I know Hannah feels the same way.
Absolutely. And can you tell us your most successful story?
As it relates to Acrellis?
Yes, ma'am.
So we have a few properties under contract right now since we launched in January. And so I would say that is a huge success because we really have not started to promote and market the site the way it is going to be promoted and marketed. And so to have deals being negotiated, a couple under contract already, to us, that's a huge success and a huge win.
Okay. Okay. What are some other wins that you can say that happened within your time of the brand?
So in addition to the contracts and the deals being negotiated, just the people that we're meeting, the connections that we're making,
Absolutely.
the markets that want us to open, having the agents here. We have almost 70 agents taking the class already.
Wow.
On May 19th. Yes. So there's just a lot going on. Being able to partner with that company that has 20,000 home buyers and real estate agents, to us, all of those things are successes.
Okay. Well, I thank you for meeting with us. Thank you for sharing your expertise and hopefully inspiring other entrepreneurs or real estaters that would love to step in your shoes.
Thank you so much for having me today.
Yes, ma'am. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or you can use the Cash App that's on the screen below. Our cash tag is capital B, capital B, capital X, capital U, capital S, capital A. Again, in all caps, BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Remember, every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We also want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for April 2025. NC 100, Suede Soul, Carolina Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation, Genius is Common, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, Banks Law Firm, and the Black Business Expo USA. Remember that genius is common, and we'll see you on the other side.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader and expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being, with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6.
Social media is evolving. It's more vibrant, more colorful, more energetic, and so are you. It's not just photos anymore. It's video, it's audio, it's subscriptions. And now there's Fanbase, a new monetized social network. Fanbase delivers the complete native app experience with full content monetization for every user. No algorithms that shadow ban your engagement or growth, and no ads. Follow anyone for free and subscribe directly to your favorite creators for $4.99 a month. Plus, show some love by tipping on any post. Also, make a Fanbase page and monetize your content the same way. Finally, connect with your followers by posting the amazing content you already create. And now, get paid for it. It's time to energize and monetize, because everyone's a fan of something and everyone has a fan base.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Wanda? And leave an inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious. How did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.